guard gets in the way. Hey, Mr. Holmes in the house. I hope you are well this fine morning. Whoops. That was a great game to watch, wasn't it? They had it on at work. It's pretty sweet. Bad or odd or both. Those Drakies can ruin your first level build. I'll fight one if I happen to, like, I don't know, kill a couple slimes in one hit, or something like that. Or they happen to miss on their attacks, but otherwise it actually gets kind of dangerous, unless you want to use your safety herb, which is kind of a waste. That safety herb is so valuable. Alright, so this was only 8 seconds behind last time. I still love the early game. There's something so peaceful about these short, simplistic levels. But yeah, that was a great goal against the Canucks. I think they said Miller is 8-0 against the Oilers now. Great goal for the Canucks, rather. And Edmonton's off to their worst start in franchise history now. Oh yeah, that's right, this was the 9th. Yeah, they're good at that. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the one against Calgary in the beginning of the season. But Henrik had an amazing empty net goal to prevent it from being like a kick-in. He barely got a piece of it on his stick as he was like sort of tripped and he was falling towards the net. He barely got a piece of it. Yeah, I was at the Calgary game. You were asking about when the Canucks come back to Calgary. It's not until 2015. The date I mentioned in November, that's actually when New Jersey comes to Calgary, not Vancouver. That'd be really cool, because I'll be there for sure. Canucks games are very popular in Calgary. Oh, I wasn't supposed to go down here. They usually go for, like, we can get them for, you know, a little less than $50 usually. If you were actually able to come with us, that'd be really cool. If You mean walking down south? I didn't mean to go south. It's not a big deal because it's like 10 seconds to walk up north. And I try not to sweat the small stuff in a 6-hour run loaded with RNG. But yeah, it's good to get encounters along the way in that kind of situation. Yeah, it is. Again, a couple seconds here and there probably won't matter. But I still like seeing every level go well, like even, like, you know, 2 seconds here and there is just awesome to see. Alright, gonna do the trip to Rimuldar right this time. The world record run was fine. There wasn't anything special about the first 2 splits. It was mostly a bunch of later stuff that went extraordinarily well. This time I have more health at this point, so it isn't time to heal yet. Probably now's a good idea. Phew. I was trying to keep low HP so I could suicide more quickly after I get the key. That worked out well. Oh, you even attacked first. That's perfect. That's the hardest part of this early risk. The cave I'm about to go into is actually much easier. Lots of enemies this time around. Wow. I got the death necklace again. Now we're gonna find out how much time that actually saves. It's gonna be a sweet buffer. This warlock will finish me off pretty quickly. Yeah, I wonder about stuff like that too, Nazwinger. Like, if I encounter one enemy on a space and I run, and I encounter the same enemy on the next space, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I was able to run away, but he just chased me. I only get the death necklace from that chest once every 32 takes. Nobody knows why they programmed it like that. All I know is when I do get it, I can sell it for 1,200 gold, and that means taking 1,200 less gold from here. The other times it's between 100 and 120 gold. Yeah, I think it'll save somewhere between 4 and 5 minutes of gold taking. You can see there's one chest left over in this room, so I don't actually have to open that last chest. But yeah, basically, if you don't get the death necklace, the 120-ish gold compensates for the extra walking time. So there's basically no risk at all in going for it, so you might as well. Well, I have to use the magic key to get into this room full of treasure boxes, so that's why the magic key is required. Hey, Devman, welcome back. The most frustrating part is getting, 2.5, 3 hours in and then dying to something that's kind of beyond my control. Like when I go for the sword or fight the Axe Knight, or I'm on my way to Cantlin. And the same can be said for the final push to fight the Dragon Lord at the end. It's ironic somewhat that getting to the Dragon Lord is more dangerous than fighting him when you're at level 19. Welcome everyone. For those just tuning in, I just got the death necklace. So there's going to be less gold taking here and an automatic lead in my splits. So because I got the death necklace, I'm now halfway through this gold taking. Opening a lot of doors. Within 1,000 gold now. It's true. Feels good to roll around in all this gold, which I don't know how he carries it all. Here's hoping that guard doesn't step to the right. Indeed, one can hardly take all the excitement. Awesome, Air. I'll open up another stream on the laptop next to me and watch you as I play. Nice to have you back in the game, man. Send me a message if you ever want to set up a race, by the way. I have a lot of free time, as long as we start in the morning, basically. Right now I'm working evenings mostly. Yeah, weekends work well for me. Actually, on Sundays, I can start pretty much anytime usually. I get Sundays and Mondays off every week right now. Yeah, I got it for the second time ever. It's nice to see. I feel like I deserve it because I run a lot. I mean, I probably haven't played it 32 times in the past 2 weeks, but it sure feels like I have. Yeah, someone call this cash amount risky, but I'm okay with it. Yeah, that's why I say it's risky for going more safety herbs. I do have 2 herbs right now, though. I didn't have to use one on the way to Remolder or anything. It is kind of risky. I always used to get herbs. But I have 2 right now. I'm feeling kind of comfortable. Even now, when my armor protects me from most things, a warlock can just totally end everything, which it just might here. Wolf on the last tile. Wow. Lots of danger this time around. But yeah, if you ever do want to race, especially on a Sunday, that'd be a great day. We have lots of people interested right now. We got Shiner playing again, Slurpy Ninja wants to play, Zarnax. Could be a party. Nazwinger, think of it as a beach. A sandy path amidst the water, which a lot of enemies seem to want a vacation on. One experience away from the next level. Yeah, that was cool. Of course, I didn't need the second, but it was very cool to see. Yeah, they're getting in strong a lot right now. Wow. Yeah, innkeepers didn't have that kind of sense of humor back then. Hey, hey, Slasher Man. Yeah, I don't know exactly how much time it saves, but the bottom line is it does save some time. And if I ever actually end up getting a sub 550 run, I'm gonna be doing level 12 Axe Knight every time. See that? I got 3 minimum hurts in a row there. Absolutely, Slasher Man. Yeah, let me know when you start, Eric. Yeah, go to the bathroom before you start, Error. That's the best advice I can give anyone. I've never had any sort of problem during a run, but I would probably feel more comfortable having something close by that I could use just in case. But yeah, whatever you do, go to the bathroom before you start. Wow, this Metal Scorpion has more than 20 HP. It depends what you're going for, Slasher. Like, I'm just going for improvement every run. If I were to be on pace for like 554, I would still do it at level 19. Because I want to improve my record every time. But if I realized I had zero hope of getting better than my record going for level 19, I would just automatically go for level 18 and give it a shot. I know, it's crazy to think about. Oh yeah, I've seen that happen before. I tried out level 18 Dragonlord on a level 18 save on my cartridge a couple times this week. By a couple, I mean quite a few. And I beat him once, and there was quite a few times when I was one attack away. Very crushing indeed. The final form has 130 HP. If he had 120, everyone would be going for level 18 Dragonlord. It would make that much of a difference, like, by far. Could this be a run ender? You never know with those wacky warlocks. Level 7 is 450. Looks like I can get it before I go back to the inn, and that's really good. Oh, maybe not. Unless I get excellent moves. But I'm gonna have to go back after this battle. I ran out of herbs. There's my excellent move. That's what I'm talking about, that warlock on the middle patch following me. I run away, and then I step back on the middle, and he's there. Just waiting for me to come back. Level 8 is at 800 experience, another short one. Yeah, of course I could. Sorry about that. I've been lazy in that regard. But I will continue to indicate how much more experience till the next level when I get each level. Yeah, for sure, I understand that. It's pretty cool, Slasher Man. You should definitely get into running this. The more people, the better. We can have races more often, and because the run is so long, there will be more people to watch more often. Well, I imagine if I didn't have the time to run as often as I do, I would probably forgo sleep every once in a while to do it. I really want to keep running while the game is still really fresh in my mind. Looks like one more trip to the end before the next level. Well, I've done that. Like, I haven't fallen asleep for an extended period of time, but, like, sometimes I hit A, and I kill the monster, and it says, "Thou hast done well," and I suddenly, like, I doze off and snap out of it, like, 10 seconds later. I'm definitely still thinking about the other Dragon Warriors, but I know that they're a lot harder to run, and as such, there's like a lot more to learn, so it wouldn't be the kind of thing where I could, like, you know, just pick it up and go for it right away. There'd be a lot of learning, a lot of experimentation. So it's a big project. But definitely something I'm interested in, except maybe for number 2. I'm not that crazy about Dragon Warrior 2. It's definitely my least favorite of the 4. But 3 and 4 I would love. Yeah, I haven't checked or anything. I don't know if it's possible to beat the others in under 6 hours. This may very well be the shortest. What? Why? Can you explain that? 25% chances 4 times? How come? Oh, I see. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I don't remember how early on it would be in a full-on speedrun, so I'm not sure how feasible it would be to grind resets, you know, versus building up to make yourself stronger. Couldn't find Tantagel in Dragon Warrior 1? That's pretty funny. Level 9 is at 1300 experience. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I've done a little bit of analysis into route changes. I don't think I'd get any benefit from going for the sword and token at level 12. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and to this day I still don't know exactly how much time it saves going for the armor at level 12. Further experimentation is required. I actually experimented with going for the sword before the armor to make the Axe Knight fight less of an RNG issue. And that turned out to be a really bad idea because of all the barriers you have to step over, it doesn't turn out to be feasible in terms of healing. Like, there's just way too much risk from enemies that you won't be able to heal from. Or against, rather. I don't think the Taz even gets Edric's armor. I don't think it needs it. Oh! Never mind, it must need it for all the barriers in Sharlock. Yeah, as far as I know, there's been some research done, a very limited amount of research done into Metal Slime manipulation. But as far as I know, first of all, you'd have to be frame perfect fighting them, and secondly, there's no guarantee that it would be actually worth it. Metal Slimes remain the uncharted enigma of Dragon Warrior building. I would say doing everything at level 14 is a great way to start out a first run. Get a feel for it and everything. Yeah, exactly. Torture yourself after you have, you know, a really easy run. There are a couple RPGs on the NES where the RNG is always the same after resets or like when you turn the game on. Like Final Fantasy 1, for example, I'm pretty sure if you walk along the same path, you will get all the same battles like all the way through, as far as I know. I do remember for sure that if you turn the cartridge on and you have the ship and you just go from the first town straight south, every single time you will get into the same battle with Kizoku who's on the water. That'll be your first battle on the exact same square. And I think it continues after that. By the way, Slurpee Ninja ran this game 2 times in a row yesterday. That's something I would do at some point, but I was impressed. And he hasn't broken 7 hours yet, so he was basically playing for over 14 hours straight. That is hardcore. Wow. Wow, 12 hours for one game, that is an ordeal. I can't imagine mastering a speedrun that long. That's crazy to think about. Well, from the sound of it, most people would consider it a speedrun by the, you know, the number of extra hours it would take them to beat the game. Well, it depends. Again, you could set up in the bathroom. Way too close for comfort. Warlocks are always dangerous. Yeah, it was a big time waster too, having to sit there asleep. I'll fight warlocks now that I'm at level 8. But they're still not as favorable as any of the other enemies. Like, I'll fight this one because I have MP and a lot of HP as well. I recommend strength HP for everyone. Shiner's a big proponent of strength agility, but I haven't done any testing on it yet, and I have literally no idea what the consequences are of forgoing that extra HP boost. And from what I've heard, the agility boosts only make something like a 3% difference in your odds of running against certain difficult monsters you want to run from. I recommend HP for everyone. Level 10 is a 2,000 experience. Yes, that's true. You need strength HP for level 18 Dragon Lord. Two-hitting wolves is awesome, by the way. Probably won't happen every time, not yet. But it's awesome. bit of a shame watching the Death Necklace time get eroded away a little bit, but I also have time to gain in the next few levels before level 13. There was a lot of variance in the earlier ones. But now that my HP and MP are higher, there's going to be a lot less of that variance. And I should just be able to stick to really, really solid level gains. Well, it depends what level you're at. There comes a point where you do more than 1 damage to them, and that makes a huge difference. Excellent moves happen once, I believe, every 32 attempts. And an excellent move would be an automatic kill against a metal slime, so... So it's gotta be less than 1 in 32. But yeah, either way, it's just not feasible when you can really use it. Oh yeah, considerably less. At level, maybe not level 13, but level 14 onwards, knights are basically the best thing you can encounter. It is exciting, there's no denying that. Especially as a kid, killing a metal slime is just awesome. Well, nothing specifically other than I think they're one of the highest experience giving enemies in the game, over 100 experience. So if you beat one before like level 20, it seems like a big deal. 6. The metal slimes occur when the Magiwyverns also start occurring, and Magiwyverns are pretty much never fun to face. They also cast Sleep. And they're much stronger than Warlocks, that's for sure. I don't remember exactly how it works, but I don't think that each enemy is 20% exactly. I think rather than 5 slots, there are 16 slots, some of which have the same enemy multiple times. And I think the rarest is 1 in 16, like one of the 5 monsters will have a 1 in 16 encounter rate. But I don't know if those numbers are exactly correct, I have to check, I saw that somewhere. I'm gonna check that right now, see if I can find out. Okay, well thanks for letting me know that. Yeah, I had read something once that indicated that it was very different from that, but I'm sure you're right. That's interesting. Interesting info as is like pretty much everything in this game. There's the time save I wanted to see. Thank you, thank you. Time for the first Wolf Lord now. And level 11 is a 2900 experience. Yeah, I can imagine. Pretty much every NES game is not that big at all. Even the graphically impressive games. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of my best segments are manipulated, not on purpose, but they're manipulated by certain things that I did on one level in one run and then on another level in another run. So if I do something that takes 5 minutes once on level 13 and once on level 14, then I'm gonna have 5 minutes less in my sum of best segments. I believe right now my sum of best segments is 5 hours 28 minutes. Sometimes I think the same about the Wolf Lords, especially since they have that ridiculous expression on their faces. Also, over the past few days, I've been imagining them saying, "I am Wolf Lord, yeah, yeah, yeah." But only people who are watching the new South Park episodes will understand that. Yeah, I poked around a little more about enemy encounter information, and it looks like you're totally right. The chances of encounters are pretty much equal between enemies. And I have no idea where I had it in my head that it was, like, totally different than that. It really sucks that it's a 40% chance to encounter a Star Wyvern, roughly, in Hawksnest. That's unfortunate. I do not like those things. Error, are you still there? It's totally been longer than you said it was going to be. Are you going to play today? Are you still gonna play though? Are you still gonna start a run up soon? Cool, cool. Hey, Bad Breaks, thank you very much, that's very much appreciated. Welcome to yet another crazy run. I got the death necklace this time and lost a bit of that time back, but it's still looking strong. Silly Goldman, do not interfere. Thank you very much, Seldia, very appreciated. Hello, Bit Compressor, welcome. This battle will give me level 11. And another sweet time save. Bit Compressor, Dragon Quest is basically the the Japanese name, like the name of the Japanese release. The English translation is called Dragon Warrior. Level 12 is at 4,000 experience. Welcome again, everyone. Feel free, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I have plenty of time to answer right now. Lots of grinding to go. That's interesting. That doesn't surprise me, though. Grindy is the word. Lots of grinding to go. But only 2 more levels until I start advancing the plot, so to speak. I only had 2 apples for breakfast. After this run, I'm gonna go out and eat something very huge before I have to go to work. Yeah, that makes perfect sense for a name like Dragon Quest. It seems like the kind of thing that would surface pretty early on. I probably did, but I can't really check while I'm running. I'll check right after. Yeah, high encounter rates for battles you don't want to fight, that's pretty much the exact opposite of this game. Except, of course, for when you're going for the shield, the token, the armor, and the sword. And the Dragon Lord. Yeah, I would definitely like to do that. I'm still playing this game very frequently, so I'm not tired of it yet, thank goodness. I usually work evenings, by the way. The best time for something like that would be on a Sunday. I don't work on Sundays or Mondays. 6.5 hours is definitely a safe estimate. Yeah, I'm free on Mondays. Yeah, as we saw yesterday, RNG can take me over 6 hours, but I highly doubt it would ever take more than 6.5, ever. Like right now, the average is probably around maybe less than 6 hours and 5 minutes for me. I've had a lot of recent runs where I was supposed to, in quotes, PB it. And then unfortunate luck on the way to the Dragon Lord prevented that. So you never know what might happen. I would say there's close to 5 hours of level grinding in this game, somewhere between 4.5 and 5 hours. The longest levels take around 25 minutes. Or maybe like 27. There are bosses. You could call the Golem a boss, you could call the Axe Knight a boss. Of course, the Dragon Lord is the final boss. And back when nobody knew the game inside out the way they do now, there's a green dragon that is a boss on the way to saving the princess, which you don't do in a speedrun. Whoa, you want me to start at midnight? That's a little crazy. Well, Eastern time. Oh, actually, that might be okay. When you say Sunday at midnight Eastern, you mean like Saturday night, right? What's Fiesel running? So is Kiss My Afro Card correct, Bad Breaks? Sunday night leading into Monday morning? Because, yeah, that should be good. Thank goodness for that Eastern time. That's 10 p.m. my time. I can certainly handle running until about 4 in the morning or so. This is looking like another really good split. Yes, indeed, level 12 is imminent. Thank you very much, Sven. All is going very well right now. I'm gonna appear to lose a bit of time here just because I'm one experience short of the next level. Okay, level 13 is at 5,500 experience. Well, I am still gonna want to fight a few gold men, probably about 4. But I'm in no rush. They certainly appear frequently enough. Probably seems that way because they force you to walk slower. So it feels like you're making less distance because you're getting bogged down. That makes total sense. A desert, it feels like you can just rush through it sometimes. Yes, you control my encounter rate, Slasher Man. Be good to me. I'm just talking about perception, Nazwinger. They do have the same encounter rate. Well, you will be missed, but that last part is good news. I'm just gonna pretend that's how it works. Yeah, either way, if it goes terribly wrong, that's what'll happen. I'll go for level 18. Okay, fighting Goldman number 1. I could submit a run to SDA, but it would probably have to be a run on, I don't know, PRG 0? No, that's not appropriate as far as I'm concerned. Like, everyone has a PRG 1. I mean, that's what Dragon Warrior is as far as most people are concerned. If you have one, that is really, really cool. I've never even heard of anyone having one. I have no idea how rare they are. Yeah, that is pretty cool. I would want to get one just for the collector's aspect. Goldman number 2? Yeah, does it say PRG0 on the card actually? I never actually looked at mine for PRG1. I have 4 Dragon Warrior cartridges. It would be hilarious if one of them was just randomly PRG0 and I never realized. Reve, that makes sense. Sorry, error. That was pretty crazy. And definitely rare, like... The ghost part is usually pretty user-friendly. Yeah, it's still really early. Didn't lose much time, that's good. Oh, so you just got it randomly? That's really cool. Maybe there's a chance one of my carts is a PRG0 then. I mean, obviously this one isn't, but I gotta check the other 3. Yeah, I'll let you know for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure, all the subscription carts were PRG1, for sure. I just realized this is the last level of grinding before the plot advances. I feel like I got here really quickly. Always helps having good chat. So thank you guys for making the afternoon a little bit less dull as I grind on. $510 experience to go. Okay, cool. Yeah, any info we could have would be really cool. I think that's all the gold men I need to fight. I think I only fought, it was either 3 or 4, and that's really good. I don't want to have to fight a 5th. Not that it's a huge deal, of course, just a few seconds, but everything matters. Well, if Shiner said that he heard it through BML. BML did a test run on both cartridges with a bot, and they played the exact same game all the way through, apparently with the same RNG, and he did a time comparison, and that's what it came out to. Of course, I'm not sure how he actually accomplished that when the games would be desynced after each printing of thy hit points versus thy hits. I have no idea how that worked. But that's what he says. It would be so good, Slasher Man. You know you want to. That's why now is such a good time. Summer has just passed, and there's gonna be a lot of cold weather to come for me anyway. I don't know where you live, but alright, thank you very much. Have a good day at work. Yeah, 100% runs can be a little ridiculous in big games. Oh yeah, if you're doing job and school, there's no way. Like, job, you can just go in and come home, but if you've got school, there's studying too, among other things. I'm gonna have to go back to the inn before I cast return. That kind of sucks. The timing isn't great, but I do still have a nice lead. I am gonna give this a shot here without the inn. If I can beat 3 more Wolf Lords, it might be doable. Two more. This is starting to look like a really smart idea. One more. Very nice, it worked. No, don't block the path. Thank you. One herb. 2 herbs. 3 herbs. 4 herbs. 5 herbs. 6 herbs. No error, don't give up. Wow, I actually encountered a metal slime. I haven't seen one of those in a long time on a run. Jeez. Golem does not want to play nice right now. Oh no. I might lose here actually. Alright, it looks okay now. Yeah, I love that that flute too. 3 herbs, 4 herbs, 5 herbs, 6 herbs. Okay, I wasted that fairy water, so I'm just gonna run my way to the Axe Knight and save that other fairy water for something else. There's one sleep, that's really good. We want him to cast... 3 would probably be an automatic win. There's 2. What do you say, Axe Knight? One more sleep? You know you want to. Right on. Let's get the herbs back. I was hoping for a one-hit kill there. I like how the color scheme for the Droll Maggie and the Wolf Lord are pretty much the same, and they both cast Stop Spell. It's like they're both from the same family or clan or something. Good old fairy water rationing. It's working out well so far. Pretty musical interlude. Alright, the future of this run comes down to this. Will I get the sword safely? We never know. Alright. Alright, we've got to run. I have 5 herbs, so I'm not going to go back to buy more yet. I'm not going back for one more. Now remember that I'm expecting to lose about 2 minutes on this particular split because of, like, when I got my record I did some more additional building on level 13. So when I got to this particular split I actually had a little less than normal to go. But that still leaves me ahead. So level 14 is at 7,500 experience. Pretty amazing how much trouble the golem gave me. I consider the golem one of the easiest parts of all the danger zones. Because of all the herbs you have and the automatic putting him to sleep, and the fact that you can run from the battle if he's asleep with 100% guarantee success rate. And all the herbs, like, it just seems like a very, very safe battle, but he was giving me a lot of trouble. And Wolf Lords become very happy at this point because I frequently one-shot them. I mean, they don't become happy, but I become very happy with them. Actually, level 19 Karma's Little Helper. You can do it at level 18, but it's very, very unlikely. But yeah, basically, it's 22,000 experience. To get to level 19. And yeah, if you think about it that way, in a nutshell, that is most of the game. Well, I wouldn't call it skipping, you still have to walk through Charlotte Castle. But yeah, once you're at level 19, you go and fight him. It's an endurance test, but I'm very interested in improving right now. And the chat makes it a lot more entertaining. I thought I would go insane the first couple tries, but I got more into it as I went, as I got used to it. Like, especially getting used to the battle music, hearing that over and over again, that's pretty important. A lot of people say I'm the most patient person they've ever met. It doesn't mean I would go and do this with any other game necessarily, but yeah, this game is from my childhood, and that's a big part of it. Played as a lot as a kid. I still love it. There aren't necessarily a lot of things to do. There is saving the princess, which, if you don't know exactly where Edric's token is, you actually kind of need to do. Unless you're going to straight up count the tiles where you're going. They give you sort of a compass-like location where it's located, and the princess, after you rescue her, she can tell you how far you are away from the castle. That's the only real side quest. The rest of it is just finding the NPCs that give you all the information. So, like, you'll go to new towns and you'll talk to everyone, you'll get new info, but there'll be some guys that are behind key doors, so you have to go get keys and then come back. That's all part of the game as a kid. Nowadays everyone just knows where everything is, and we speedrun it, and we ignore all those things, but if you're to play the game from scratch, you need to talk to everyone, and that's all part of the adventure. It's a part of what makes these games really great, a part which is kind of lost on you once you've actually played it and found out where everything is. The best playthrough is always the first one in RPGs. There is a best spot for each level. It depends on what the terrain is, for one thing, because desert here, which I'm walking on, has the highest encounter rate. The hills to the left have the same encounter rate as the desert, but you walk a little slower on them. So in general, it's ideal, it's optimal to build on desert. And that determines where a lot of the best building spots are. At level 4 through 9, you're building on 3 desert squares outside of a town, and then at level 10 you want to fight harder enemies, so you go down south to the hills. There are no deserts there, so you just have to walk through the hills. And now this is the best place. Desert with a good mix of enemies. Sorry, am I talking too loud, Catamanero? I can, like, stop screaming into the mic if you want. Just let me know. Oh, okay, hang on, I'll try to turn down the game volume even more. I think that's about as loud as it goes, but I'll be sure to talk really loud into the mic. It didn't seem to be that big of a difference when I was displaying the stream for myself and testing it out, but who knows. Right on, right on. Okay, I'll try and talk louder until the end. We call them necessary dicks. They are the experience givers. They are the ones that make me strong enough to fight the Dragon Lord. I always run into one Demon Knight that makes me use herbs. Every single time at level 13 it happens at least once, where I have to use about 2 herbs to beat a Demon Knight. I still think it's worth it though. 37 experience is great. Yeah, that sounds like what would happen. I do like leveling up my car, but not by bashing it into things. Oil change is a good way to level it up. Tender, tender roadkill. One more battle. No, don't do this, Wraith Knight. There we go. So that was exactly what I expected, as I mentioned, to lose about 2 minutes on that split, and now everything should be pretty stable. This split should be about the same, and then I'm going to improve on 16 and 15 and probably 16 as well. Level 15 is at 10,000 experience. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, the nostalgia factor still gets me. I love it. Yeah, that's another thing about going on to another Dragon Warrior, like speedrunning a different one. Hang on one sec. Like, if I were to try speedrunning, like, Dragon Warrior 3 or Dragon Warrior 4, it'd be such a big project, like, I probably wouldn't be able to come back to Dragon Warrior 1. I like how when I'm walking to the left, it kind of looks like I'm trying to bash enemies with my shield. Yeah, I've heard the grinding in the other versions is much faster. Like the enemies all give more in general. Yeah, that's another nice little thing built into the game for people who've never played it before. I love stuff like that. It was funny, the first time I said yes, like, I didn't even know what happened, like, I couldn't decide if, like, did I win the game, is this good, like... Like, you said I've got half the kingdom, right? Isn't that good? Like, don't you want that? But on the other hand, the screen is red, and the music is bad, and I can't move or anything, so that seems bad. So, did I win? I'm not really sure, but I'm just gonna go reset and then try to say no and see what happens. Nice, Legend of Shu. As a kid, I actually didn't know about Nintendo Power. That was one of the reasons this cartridge became so common, the subscription giveaways. While of course 2, 3, and 4 are all much more rare. They're not super rare, like you can buy them all online at a glance, anytime, but they're much harder to find in person. It's Edric's armor. When I have Edric's armor, every step I take heals me 1 hit point. That's definitely a possibility. For some reason, this game was not as popular as Final Fantasy. And I can't really be sure why. This is on cartridge. One thing that's really interesting of note about this game is that it's pretty much the only RPG, like, virtually ever, where you only control one character throughout the entire game, and you only fight one enemy at a time. That's a really rare thing. Not that it's like a pro or con or anything, I'm just saying. Yeah, this does appear much more like a text-based game because you don't see yourself, you don't see any battle motion. There is a little battle motion in Final Fantasy, like you take a step forward and you move your sword or whatever. Or when you cast spells, you like throw up your arms and then there's a flash and stuff. But yeah, no question, Final Fantasy was done extremely well, and it was an absolute delight to play through. Now that sounds difficult. My favorites specifically are Dragon Warrior 3 and 4. This rates up there as well as Final Fantasy. But 3 and 4 were so amazingly entertaining and long and deep and different. Yeah, I always tell people if you listen to the music in this game, every single track, even the battle music, it's not simplistic, like there's a lot of really well thought out harmony to it, like every track is really, really good. And that's why if you listen to an orchestral remake, like they're just phenomenal. I think there's a video on YouTube of the Tokyo Philharmonic playing every track from this game. It's wonderful. Yeah, whatever you want to call it. But music is by far, like, it's one of the most important enjoyment factors in every video game for me, personally. Games that have good music are just so much better because it just, like, adds so much to the story and the gameplay and everything automatically. I'm on an actual old school NES right now. I haven't picked up a top loader yet. I've heard you can get them for like $25, but everywhere I've seen them, they're like 70 or more. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I've seen them. They are a lot smaller. Of course, the NES was like unnecessarily large for what it is, but I definitely got used to its size. Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking when the screen turns red and I run out of herbs. So as predicted, this split is going to be about neutral, which is what I was expecting. And then the next one I'm expecting a very significant time gain. which is always nice to see late in the game. Yeah, starting at level 17, I go into the town that's right there, and I fight in there. It's a dead town, it's got enemies in it. I fight in there for level 17 and 18. I'm going to be trying a little experiment on level 17 this time that involves using Stop Spell against Star Wyverns. We're going to see if that works. Zimp, I build up to level 19, and then I defeat the Dragon Lord in Charlock Castle. Yeah, this is definitely one of the old school classics. It's RNG intensive in the sense that the hardest parts of the game are totally RNG based rather than skill based. So even if you know exactly what you're doing, the RNG can just end your run after 3 hours essentially. Alright, level 16 is at 13,000 experience. And as predicted, yeah, I was expecting no gain from that split. I'm expecting a big gain from this one, this upcoming one. Yeah, I have the world record right now, 5 hours, 55 minutes, 54 seconds. If I don't die in this run, I'm expecting to be ahead of that by somewhere around 3 or 4 minutes. Based on improvements that I've made since that run. Thank you very much, Noble Pup. Thank you, very much appreciated. I'll be sure to keep up the quality, and if I make a drastic improvement, like if I ever beat the Dragon Lord at level 18, then I'll start streaming other NES games as well. Right now I'm just really focused on this game. Yeah, the goal started off really well defined up until just this month actually. No one had ever beaten this game in under 6 hours, and they had come really close. And that was my goal, to be the first to beat 6 hours, and I did. And as I got to know the game better from a speedrunning perspective, I started to realize how much more room for improvement there actually is. So I want to make a significant improvement before I move on. Absolutely. Yeah, I would love to be able to convince Feasel to play this again, but I think he might be done with it for a while. If not forever. But we'll see. Yeah, it is pretty neat that way. This game, it felt like this game was a little bit forgotten. There were a lot of people running it in May, and then they just sort of stopped after a few runs. And I really wanted to pick it back up, but I actually didn't have streaming equipment until just this month. So that's why I started now. The fastest this game can be done in, it's an interesting question. There's so much RNG in the game, like, if you look at what's mathematically possible, but statistically so improbable that it's essentially impossible, the game can be beaten in about 17 minutes. And somebody actually did that on a Taz, manipulating the RNG. Without that, I would say, if you were to beat the level 18 Dragon Lord, and level 12 Axe Knight and everything going perfectly, then it would be a little under 5 hours, 5.5 hours. A little under 5.5 hours. Without level 18 Dragon Lord, if you wait for level 19, I would say maybe like 5 hours, 45 minutes or so, somewhere around there. Thank you very much, Resprite, very much appreciated. But beating the Dragon Lord at level 18, I've heard people say you have about a 15% success rate of actually pulling it off. Yeah, exactly. A lot of it is RNG based, and that's not even just fighting the Dragon Lord. Like, you have to get to him, and that's like just as dangerous. Like, at level 18, there's so many enemies along the way that can just ruin your run by not letting you run from them. Yeah, I think as a kid, I wouldn't go for the Dragon Lord until maybe level 22 or 23. It was something like that. Yeah, Shiner said that Feasel apparently beat the level 18 Dragon Lord randomly while he was route planning in the very early stages. So he probably thought it was a lot easier than it actually is at that point, because it was like one of his first attempts. I saved a file on my cartridge at level 18, and a few days ago I beat the Dragon Lord at level 18 on my second try from that save. That is the only time I've ever beaten him at level 18. I've tried it a few times since then in runs when I couldn't catch up to my time otherwise, and it hasn't worked out yet. Oh yeah, that's right, I had one less heal more when you saw it, Bad Breaks. Yeah, I have verified that it's totally safe to go through using a torch. I'm more than familiar enough with the layout of Charlock Castle for that. Yeah, I think it's something like that, something like 1 in 32. Basically, it's a desperation move if you're 100% certain that you can't kill him just attacking. So you hope for that 1 in 32 to put him to sleep, and then to get in more than one attack. Yeah, it would all be in vain if he wakes up the turn after. You would still only end up getting one attack, and that'll happen about 1/3 of the time. Well, exactly 1/3 of the time, I think. Oh, fighting the Axe Knight at level 12 versus level 13. If you fight him at level 12, then the grind from level 12 to 13 is very much faster, like maybe something like 5 to 8 minutes faster. I haven't found out exactly how much faster. The problem is, you only have about a 30% chance of actually beating the Axe Knight at level 12. So it's very risky to do after you've been playing for more than 2 hours. So basically, if I'm ahead of my time, I won't fight the Axe Knight at level 12. But if I'm behind and I know I can't catch up otherwise, then I'll give it a try. Exactly, it's all risk versus reward. Yeah, awesome, Matt. If I did both of those things, I would expect to be below 5.5 hours. But the odds of them, like just those two events happening in the same run, even if everything else was totally guaranteed to happen, is very unlikely. It's about 4.5%, somewhere around there. So for a 6-hour game, that's a big deal. Like, the Dragon Lord battle is at the end of the game, and it's the hardest part. So, if you plan on playing 5.5 hours and then having a 15% chance of victory, like, it can be pretty soul-crushing. And then on top of those two things, there are other things that can go wrong too. You can die along the way to getting Edric's sword, you can die along the way to getting the silver shield. Yeah, bad breaks, of course you do. And if you forget to get the Stones of Sunlight, or the Staff of Rain, or the Silver Harp, that'll slow you down a lot as well. Yeah, awesome, Matt. That would be the most epic thing ever, if, of course, you could get Dragon Warrior Run at AGDQ, which would probably never happen because it's so long and there's not as much to it. Like, it's just a lot of grinding. It's true, Nazwinger, if this were a lottery, those would be extraordinarily good odds. And I would try it every day. Well, I can always find out if they're interested in future years, but it's probably too late for this coming year. It'd be more interesting if we could get a bunch of people together to race it, and they could stream all of those at the same time. That would be much more interesting. The shortest run overall would be the Taz of this game, under 18 minutes. If you mean an RTA run, assuming that all the Dragon Warriors are longer than this one, and I think they are, then my run on this game would be the shortest. Yeah, we actually just did the first Speedruns Live race ever of Dragon Warrior yesterday. It was pretty sweet. I hope to generate more interest. We had 4 people yesterday. Well, it was fun to get the record on this game, but to say it out of all the Dragon Warriors, I mean, knowing that all the others are longer, it doesn't mean as much, per se. I guess it is kind of neat, though, yeah. The one I'm using is called WSplit. I think a lot of streamers use it, but there are also a lot of programs just like it out there. Lots of them. I myself do not have any tattoos. I have a friend who is an incredible artist who does sewing. She sews blankets together, and I was gonna make a Dragon Warrior like with the main character design on a blanket. I love that idea. Yeah, I find a good mix at AGDQ. There's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't want to watch, and there's a lot of stuff that I'm really interested in, and they tend to be bulked together in clumps, which is really nice. Like, I'm really into every NES game, pretty much. I love watching them getting run. And they usually have an entire NES day, and I love watching that stuff. Yeah, the Metroid race was pretty epic, obviously. I would love to see a race of the original NES Metroid, that'd be awesome. So I'm not going to gain as much time on the split as I had hoped due to the RNG, which is always a factor even in these battles. But I am going to gain a little bit. And I expect to gain some on level 16 as well. Okay, that is actually pretty good, being a minute ahead. Level 17 is at 16,000. Hello, hello, Withheld. Welcome to the last 3 levels plus Dragon Lord of my run. I have a couple gracious hosts, and it's Saturday as well. Saturday afternoon rather than like Monday morning. Hey, Bong, welcome, welcome. Everyone always tells me that I should go for level 18 Dragon Lord. It will happen eventually. Basically, whenever I'm behind my record time, with no hope of catching up, I will always go for level 18 Dragon Lord. Hello, PSHLOS, however you pronounce that. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that is the next major goal, Withheld. For now, the main goal is sub 550. I will eventually definitely go all out for level 12 Axonite, level 18 Dragon Lord, everything together. You are right, you are correct, Bong. That's right, that's right. It took me a minute less to get to level 16 this run than it did last run. And I have room to improve another 3 minutes or so, somewhere around there, not exactly sure. Plus there's RNG, anything could happen. Like, I could excellent move the next 100 enemies in a row and then, like, finish the game super fast. Anything can happen. Metal slimes don't spawn here, they spawn a little further south. I like that. Show me your excellent moves! Welcome back, Night Sprinter. Hey, Zarnak, sorry you can't catch the end. I wonder how religion would look upon something like that, watching a Dragon Warrior speedrun in church. I mean, I am attempting to rid the Earth of evil. So that's a plus. Yeah, I know, Zarnax, that was crazy yesterday. I couldn't believe it. I'm due for a no-death run here. Well, you could always leave earlier and end the drive quicker and then watch it while you're there. Just saying, you may not be able to actually do that. Yeah, that's the problem. The Dragon Lord and the Wolf Lords, they're all evil, and even Druin Lords. Zarnax, I got the Death Necklace for the second time ever. No way I would have saved 4 minutes any other way. Oh, well, thank you very much. I did spend a lot of time practicing that. Like, I realized the importance of it. Like, the part where you have to take gold for 20 minutes plus, that's, I mean, being able to go through the menu quickly is like everything at that point. Nice, Night Sprinter. Oh wow, well I guess just keep practicing it. The menu's a little finicky. Obviously, it would be better if you could press right up rather than right down, down, down every time. It looks like this split is going to be really close to even with my last run. But I still do expect to gain a few seconds in the good direction. I really can't wait to go get some lunch after this run. Gonna get a huge donair before work, probably. Hey, Bonnie, welcome. Still another hour and a bit to go. But I'm on track to another good record. You know, assuming nothing goes wrong, assuming the ending goes well. You are lucky to have East Ocean Bong. Oh, nice, Bonnie, nice. It's been a long road, but all things considered, it's been going very well. I was slowed up with the golem fight, but that wasn't too big a deal. If I were there, I would go there too, Bong. Oh, everyone's always trying to talk me into level 18. If I were behind, I would do it for sure, but I've got to see this through to try for a new record. Okay, I didn't see it before, but I'm now noticing that I'm significantly ahead on this split. Maybe not significantly, but a little bit. It's always hard to tell for sure. And anything can happen in the last few battles, like I could get into a Wraith Knight thing where he keeps casting heal every turn. Sounds like there's always a lot for you to mark, Bonnie. Sounds like you must be testing people a lot and giving them lots of homework. Alright, so yeah, that was pretty good. Two more levels to go. Level 18 is a 19,000 experience. Yeah, I like it people when people enjoy recognizing patterns in numbers. This is going incredibly well. If I'm right about stop spelling star wyverns like this, I'm gonna gain a ton of time on this level alone. Alright, Noble Pup. Enjoy the game. Wow. I cannot believe how well this is working. This is crazy. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Dodged twice in a row by a werewolf. I might step outside briefly after this battle. Yeah. So that was friggin' incredible. This was a very beneficial experiment. Everything was going right inside the village. Darn right, math is awesome. Alright, take two, let's see how this goes. 33, that's enough to try a second attack. Right on. Hello? Enemies, there we go. Oh no! No, the tragedy! Alright, that won't be too bad. Realistically, it's only about a minute to walk back. And I was actually gaining a lot of time fighting those guys. Yeah, I'm not concerned about the gold at all. Sounds pretty intense, Bonnie. Oh, here's something cool. I got all my MP back because I died, so that's extra heals, which are it's gonna save me even more time. I'm not gonna say it was worth it to die, but it's not gonna be detrimental at all. In general, casting return is slightly faster. Especially since you usually want to be outside the castle as opposed to inside talking to the king, which, if you die, you talk to the king. Whereas if you cast return, you're outside. So I can be a lot more liberal with my healing now. That's gonna make this a lot safer in general. Wow, I thought I was gonna finish it off there. We're doing both, Nazwinger. It's important to watch Dragon Warrior, it's important to learn math, and Bong is absolutely right, Dragon Warrior is math. Yeah, unfortunately you can't make use of metal slimes. They're in a bad location. And, you only have a 20% chance of encountering them amidst all the other enemies, which you don't really want to be fighting. I imagine people are still trying to find a way to incorporate metal slimes, but I don't think it'll ever happen. Hello, Cool Dog the Gamer, welcome to my run. Oh, shoot. Oh good, it didn't waste my turn there. I accidentally clicked on Radiant. I'm glad that didn't waste my attack. Or my turn, rather. Welcome back, Dr. Blackbarn. Nice. You can if you want. I won't be able to look while I'm running, though. This is incredible. I think it might have actually saved me time, dying and getting my MP back for extra heals. It would be hilarious if I found this incredible new way to save time through an accidental death of all things, which I still, when it happened, I thought it was tragic. Not tragic, but that 1 minute or so is significant. Okay, it's time for a little extra healing before I go back in. I really think I'm right about this. All that extra magic, it really seemed useful. All the way through. I think it's worth it to actually go home and get your MP back. Look at that, a whole minute gained nearly. Incredible. I can't believe it could actually be worth it to get back home. That's pretty much insane. Your cartridge probably, its battery is probably dying. You should probably just buy a new one. Pretty easy cartridge to come by, they're pretty cheap in general. But congratulations on making it all the way through, that's awesome. Belif at level 18 is kinda different. We're gonna see what happens when I start fighting in there, but in general, I have to use way less magic. I'm not gonna be using Stop Spell against Star Wyverns, I'm gonna be two-hitting them for the most part. So yeah, a lot of it is different. I'm not sure if it'd be worth it at level 18 to make changes like that. I've never done tests with the whole reset as you turn off power thing. I've just always done it just in case. I still can't get over finding something like that out totally by accident. I know Dragon Warrior isn't the biggest thing in the world, but a discovery like that is just so awesome to stumble across. It's awesome. Further experimentation is required. is the kind of thing you never think of, right? Like, it's a far journey away, and... like, I was just expecting to use all my magic over level 17 and have safe fights over level 18. I didn't think it would be the kind of thing that would be even worth considering, like, even if someone mentioned it to me. That's one of the reasons it seems so cool. Yeah, but who would have thought that going all the way back and refilling your magic and then taking the huge walk back, which takes more than a minute altogether, could actually, not only, like, you could recover from that time, but you could actually save time doing it. Like, I feel like no one would have ever thought of that if it hadn't, like, happened accidentally. But because it happened to me, it could become a new standard. I am super psyched to test this out more. The highest level is level 30. Man, they are dodging a lot right now. Oh, are you serious, Zarnax? You beat the game without the silver shield? Wow, I mean, it sucks that it slowed your game down, but in retrospect, it's kind of funny that it happened. I've had stuff like that happen to me, like forgetting to get the Staff of Rain on the way. I think with no equipment, you have to build to at least level 29 to beat the game. I think it's something like that. Take a lot more than 10 hours, Dr. Blackbarn. In addition to not getting good equipment along the way, you also have to fight weaker monsters for a much longer period of time. Oh, wow. Yeah, it sucks that that happens, Zarnax. Wow. But good stuff to learn for the next race. Which I hope will be soon. Oh yeah, I know what that's like. So I appear to be nicely ahead of this split as well. I learned a nice trick about this this last level that I'm gonna do. It's gonna look like I'm gonna lose a couple minutes on the split, but then once you see my trip to the Dragon Lord, you'll realize that instead of like losing 2 minutes as it appears, I'm actually gaining 2 minutes, maybe even more. So you'll see what I mean as we get there. Yeah, exactly, Nazwinger. I haven't figured out the exact best time to do it, but it's been working out really well the way I've been doing it. Yeah, I'm still in the fight to finish under 550. That's the coolest part. Yeah, I've still got a shot at sub 550 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and let's not forget a torch. Normally I also get fairy water here, but I don't think, just for the trip to the to Charlock, I don't think it's worth the time it takes to get up there and get in and wait for the NPC to walk to the middle tile. I think it's faster to just run like this. That's right, fairy water has no effect in the Dragon Lord Castle. That was sweet. I beat the Star Wyvern in 2 hits despite the first attack being weak. Thank you very much, Trank. Welcome back. Much appreciated. One more battle. It's gonna be a green dragon. Still dangerous. Arbor Knight, please. Yes. I've got a shot. There's the stop spell. Perfect. Let me attack first. Yes! 12! 20. $33. $46. See you later, Zarnax. 53. $65. I'm a little worried by all the fire breathing he's doing. He got an attack there, that's good. 78, another attack, right on, that's what I wanted. 91! He has 130 HP, by the way. 100. 111. 118. Okay, if I counted right, he dies here. Yes! Alright, it's not quite sub 550, but I'm very happy. Very, very pleased. Error was, when he got his world record, he was 10 seconds ahead of 6 hours. So to be 10 seconds ahead of 5 hours, 50 minutes is fine with me for now. Thank you very much, everyone. Oh, that was so sweet. I finally... It's ironic, I've been going for a no-death run, and